Bam, bam. Well, bam. You know how we start this whole thing. Roll call.
Ryan.
Kyle.
Mike.
And Steven! Welcome back, everybody, to episode 7. This episode titled The Marionette. Thank you for joining us once again for our Misty Fortune and Absent Hearts campaign, our Season 3 in our Moonsea adventures. When we last left our adventuring party from the Forgotten Realms, they had just returned from wandering through the mists of Barovia, exiting out from exactly the same place they had entered in, hounded by an undead bear filled with a swarm of centipedes. After a small, brief, but brutal fight, Jove manifested some of his new lycanthropic powers, and through some strong words from Alder and his own sense of self, was able to put down the beast for the time being, as the party gathered their surroundings and tried to make sense of the displacement they had just experienced. A large mob of individuals from the town of Orsnu began to descend upon the party, as Virgil walked up to head off the party, allowing Jove to regain his sense of self. The mob curtly turned to the left, ignoring the party, and with torches and pitchforks in hand, began to make demands at the Vaduva trading post, calling for Eric, a strange outsider who had been consistently buying from a small bauble shop known as the Eyes of Midnight. The town, in their fervor and fright, demanded Eric return various items to come and face the wrath of the townsfolk and to be run off of their small village. However, Eric was not simply a man, but a seemingly undead creature who confronted the crowd and in his anger summoned up some undead minions to come and attack this now hunted group of townsfolk. A young man leading the young Grelin, Vasil is his name, led the crowd and was the first one to receive a wicked wound from Eric, seemingly to pull parts of his soul from his very body and suck the life from him. The young man fell into a near catatonic state as the undead creatures began to descend upon the mob. The party leapt into action, deftly fighting these undead creatures and saving the bulk of the villagers, sans a few unlucky enough to be at the front. The party encountered Marku Grelin in a state of panic, seeing his nephew, the young Grelin, brought low by Eric. The party scooped up the young man and brought him to the hospice, currently being headed by none other than Glovia Valicenu, one of the few noble families that calls Orsnu their home. A incredibly smart, noble woman with a deep understanding of anatomy and physiology. She was able to spread out what remained of the young man's soul and stabilize him, at least for the time being, using a strange bit of herbal remedies and arcane power. Alder was surprised to see what appears to be a arcane spellcaster use healing magic, something that is decidedly within the realms of clerical powers, and less so for the arcane. The party learned bits about Glovia, about the villagers, about her long history with the city, and a deep pain from losing both her daughter and her husband within the same year. She now spends her time traveling between Orsnu, Valaki, and her own estates. The party began piecing together some strange occurrences about Glovia, noticing her leaving multiple times a month from her stories, seemingly coinciding with the phases of the moon, knowing about her deep relationship with Alina Valduva, the very woman afflicted by her own curse and the source of Jove's now beast burden lycanthropy. The party returns back to the Hare and the Hare, finding that they had disappeared for the last 2 days, according to Gregory. Gregory supplied the party with food and drink as they pieced together a strange note that they had found torn up inside of Eric's squatter's hole, the Valduva's trading post. Jove had seen the true face of Eric and noticed wounds deep into his shoulder, where the neck and the collarbone meet. The same wounds he had seen on Laszlo Valduva. Thinking this more than just a happenstance and knowing that Barovia, seemingly no one stays dead for long. The note read, "Bring this to me without alerting anyone. Do this in secret. Fail me, and your torment shall be legendary. Please me, and I shall mark your contract as complete, and you will rejoin your Alina." Signed, Simply G. Between the notes, Jove's vision, or at least sight, of Eric, the party currently, I believe, believes that to be Laszlo Valduva, reanimated, searching for a strange artifact, perhaps the very one that they had overheard the villagers of Orsnu speak of as a memento or a item of power that had once belonged to Lord Strahd von Zarovich. Long may he reign. We now return back to the party as they put together the pieces of their latest foray through the darkened woods of Orsnu. A storm continues to rage outside. The sound of heavy snow and intermittent lightning and thunder rocks you all to a rather heavy sleep. Jove, the events of the day replay. From your various meetings with the villagers of Orsnu, your time in the eyes of midnight, your time falling through the mists of Barovia, the darkened gray surrounding you, cutting off all sight into almost as if you were in kind of one of those chambers that block out all stimuli, like the one Daredevil rests in, the Ben Affleck one, yes. It is simply gray as you float there. And from this gray, you see that bear once return, its skin stretched out to its max, swarming with centipedes underneath, parts of its flesh decaying. The smell hits you. You feel that anger, that heat rise from your stomach through your shoulders. You feel your skin tear and break as you rip out of your own self to confront your adversary. The fight is brutal. You rip in centipedes and sinew, all decaying in your toothy maw. Your hands turn to claws, your skin covered in thick fur, as you rip apart your adversary. The gray returns, and you feel yourself awaken. You look at your hands, Jove, and you can see the claws receding back into your body. You can't help but to notice that your bedding and your clothing is completely shredded. Whatever small clothes, blankets, or pillows that you have been used seem to have been the victim of this night spasm. As Jove begins to come to consciousness and decide what he'd like to do with his now torn clothes and bedding, Virgil, you find sleep intermittent. You can't help but to feel Then in the very corners of your room, something watching. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Perception. I have advantage.
You do.
Whoa. Perception. Passive 14.
Passive 14. You look to the corners of your room. The shadows lurk there. You feel a chill run down through your spine. As you look to the corner and the shadows seem to almost stretch forward. As the shadows stretch forward, you feel your heart start to increase. Your heart rate starts to pick up. They stretch further and further until you see them touch the very corners of your bed frame. They reach up and begin to glide over your body. You feel a heavy weight hold you down, your body refusing to move as the shadows creep from your legs to over your stomach, across your chest, around your neck, and you feel your breath begin to thin as you are jolted forward. You blink, and the gray sunlight of the morning filters in. It was nothing but a dream. The shadows retreating back. You look around the room and everything is exactly as you've left it. The only thing catching your attention is the sound of something being shredded in a room to your left, where you know Jove is currently slumbering. And as we return back to Alder. Alder, you dream of fire. But not a green fire that stretches out through the cosmos. An amber fire. You see a strange temple. Long abandoned. Large statues, think almost Egyptian style, depicting strange humanoid figures. Their faces and the head of these statues long weathered away. Looking into this temple, you see an amber light. A fire, but it seems less to burn. It almost bubbles. It seems almost sap-like. Moving, shaping, encasing, hardening. You get this longing in your chest, Alder. A longing that feels very similar to watching a loved one pass. This sadness, this desire, this missing piece of you. Whether it's from your patron, your abilities, perhaps even from your time in Flan itself. You feel this missing of your old companions, of the family, of nooners with Chav, of your library, your tomes and your experiments in your own house that you own. This terrible passing. And as you look into the temple and feel this sadness overwhelm you, you see the visage of a beautiful woman. dark hair with equally dark eyes. She's encased in this amber. You see a hand reach out for you. And in a strange, almost Inception-styled way, the space between you shortens, as if the very space has been pushed together, and what was a large view of this temple is now intimate and close. The amber flames seem to crawl and bubble out towards you. The hand outreached, completely encased in this amber light. And as you reach out for it, this longing in your chest seems to dissipate. And as you look to the hand, the face of this beautiful woman, you see that there is no skin, no muscle, no eyes, no nails, no blood. This skeletal figure trapped within this amber. And as your fingertips make contact, you waken to your hand outstretched. You feel stiffness in your shoulder as if you have slept with your arms raised for hours. You hear your companions stirring in their own rooms and put your arm down. It's stiffness. Your entire arm feels numb as you feel the blood start to rush back into your appendages. There's a throbbing sensation. But the morning is yours, adventurers. How would you like to greet the day?
So I know Jove tore up the sheets. Did you say that he like tore up his own clothes too?
Indeed. Whatever
Is the-
small clothes / night clothes you are wearing, I assume you took off your armor and such.
Yes.
So whatever Jove wears to bed, and you can give me the flavor on this. But it seems that between the sheets and yourself, you've been clawing through for the bulk of your sleep.
And is there any sort of mattress on this bed? And if so, have I destroyed the mattress or just kind of ripped up the sheet?
It looks like the sheets have gotten the worst of it. The pillow for sure is just an absolute mess. You can see that there's probably the pillows here aren't high noble mulemaster full feathers that feel like you're sleeping on a cloud. They're pretty basic, filled mostly with straws and other fabrics in there. They're lumpy, not particularly comfortable.
Well, Jove will kind of look at his undergarments, which I imagine to be when he is, staying in an inn like this and not roughing it out in the wild. He does have the the full-on Ebenezer Scrooge, like long ass like nightgown and the nightcap, and
A gift from your gaffer.
a gift from his gaffer, indeed, and that throughout the night he's ripped through all of that, and it is just tatters. So I would say that he wakes up in a sweaty panic, and sees this kind of little pile of destruction that he has made, and his first kind of instinct is to gather the evidence. So he's gonna pull the sheet off the bed and kind of gather his clothes and just kind of try and ball it all up as much as he can, and he will try and stash some of that in his bag as best as he can before kind of getting himself dressed and ready. And he does want to go and talk to Gregory about getting a key for the room and locking it, but that's kind of what he does in the morning, seeing that. So that's kind of his direction.
Absolutely. Virgil, how do you greet the day?
Just, I mean, I try and take it the same way as normal.
You get into your routine and start preparing yourself, gathering your clothes, doing your morning calisthenics, getting the body off and shaking off this nightmare. You can't help but to catch yourself looking to that same corner as you try to ignore this strange nightmare from the evening before. Virgil prepares to descend and welcome a breakfast for the day. Alder, as the blood rushes back into your arm, and you feel your sense of self return, that same longing in your chest. How do you greet the day? You are muted. There it is.
Yes, I noticed. Yes. Yeah. I mean, after doing a little bit of some shoulder stretches to get out a little bit of the soreness, Alder would mainly just kind of gather together his notes, going over the spell book as well as just jotting down notes and thoughts from last night, specifically about what him and the group had talked about, and just kind of writing down, things about Glovia, connections, where he wants to go today, circling that they need to go back to the Eyes of Midnight, and just kind of in general, it's kind of like him going back a little bit to like almost like a little bit of like his like detective work. He's going back to being kind of the chronicler like he was for the Lost and Found in a sense,
You start journaling, putting together the events of the day, making designs on your notes, putting together connections, kind of like the Charlie conspiracy, but in kind of the burnt out remnants of your spell book.
Mm-hmm.
You remove pieces that have been burned away, open up new room for eventual pages. It's comforting to return back to this, to have your mental faculties be your own.
Yeah, I imagine he has not done this literally since the Lost and Found.
You look in kind of the journal of your adventures that you kept from the Lost and Found. You can see that the last entry is, well, the last real entry was the Pool of Radiance. You think back on
Yeah, I suppose that checks out.
going back to the Karen, the fight with that giant, entering into the pool, and then it stops. Then there are no journal entries, no chronicling of your adventures, no mentions of the fall of Flan, returning back to the city and rescuing Madame Verona, the Lord Sage. There's hardly even mention of your friend and confidant, Ellison. And with that realization, that longing in your heart feels heavier. You hadn't really thought about how much you'd missed your friends until you could think so clearly.
Sweet, we unlocked depression for Alder, guys. Let's go. I agree though. This would be Alder has nothing but thoughts right now, and that's a new sensation, in a sense,
I also have butt thoughts.
I.
We love some thoughts.
Plus one? Plus one?
You can't ask for the plus one.
Ah,
It was a
I wanna make
question.
I want to make it
Hey.
very clear. I was not asking. For this. I did not ask. For it.
No one's getting a plus one, but no one's taking a minus one either.
Okay.
Nose breathe, giggle, just. That's pretty funny.
DM, can I ask a clarifying question just from my notes?
No. Yeah, what is it?
Please? Okay, so do I have this right that Isabel was Glovia's daughter and that her husband was Lucian and that they're both dead?
Yes,
Okay.
correct. Both from talking to Glovia and rumors from the Seven Inns and talking to Gregory. The story is that Lucian and Glovia Falicinu, one of the few noble families that call Orsnu their home, did have a daughter. She was struck with a strange illness that they were unable to cure, leading to her death. And then some say due to a broken heart, others say for more nefarious purposes, and others just simply the tragic timing that visited all denizens of Barovia. Lucian, too, died within a year, leaving just Glovia in that large manor all to herself. The servants have been largely dismissed. The parties and the events that were held at the manor have long since passed, and most individuals only see Glovia when she stops to work at the hospice before either heading back to her estates or, as you now know, taking expeditions to Valaki and perhaps the woods surrounding the city village.
But she does have an assistant, right? Serena at the hospice.
She does have a young assistant. She's probably a girl, probably 11, 12 years old, that assists her with caring for those in the hospice.
I had written down that, like, friends with Laszlo. Was that with Serena, or just Glovia was...
Glovia is friends with Alina.
Right, but hated Laszlo.
That's more hearsay.
what
There's hearsay on that one. Everyone knows, that Glovia and Alvina were very close. If there was ever a friend that Alvina had outside of her husband, it would have been Glovia. Now, whether Glovia and Laszlo were friends, that's kind of up in the air. Some people say there was bad blood. Some people think there might have been jealousy. Others distrust. But the contrast between how friendly Glovia and Alvina were to the lack of friendship between Glovia and Laszlo was certainly a talking point for the village. And they are quite the gossip hounds.
Cool, thank you.
Indeed. With that, our three adventurers enter into the main room of the Hare and the Hare. Gregory is already at the task of the setting up the fire, brewing kind of a basic tea for the morning. Some of your real basic, just like victuals. Joining you seem to be maybe a potato, some hard ground beans, a hard but definitely edible piece of bread, and what looks to be probably the trimmings of whatever last was butchered for dinner, being kind of put together into kind of a light gravy that's poured over the food. Easy enough to start softening the bread to be eaten. As he sees the three of you kind of awaken for the morning. Oh, hello, my friends. Good morrow to you all. How did you all sleep?
Well, about as good as anybody can these days.
Certainly slept worse.
Feeling kind of sore, to be completely honest with you, but... Well, we're awake now.
To be expected after spending 2 days out in the woods, coming back just to rescue some of my fellow villagers. So, all things considered, I think it came out very well. You at least look very solid. Jove, have you And he kind of looks at you. He's like, "Were you always this hairy? It's a fine beard, but yeah, I wish if you get any hairier, you won't need to wear any outside clothes."
Well, they always said that there was maybe some dwarf blood in my lineage, and perhaps that's where I get some of this hairiness from. Could be even this beard, or spending all this time out on the road has a way of putting hairs on one's chest.
Oh, I hear about them dwarven women that they too have beards. Not that I've ever seen one, but I hear they have a magnificent beard as well. Have you ever met the dwarven woman? Did she have a beard?
No, all the dwarven women I have met have not have beards. Don't know if they have the capacity to and decide to just shave it down. You'd be surprised about how soft a dwarven woman's touch can be. And he'll give kind of a wink to Gregory.
Ah, my friend! Soft dwarven women. The only wonders never cease.
Well, we spend a lot of time out on the road going and doing things, and sometimes we don't know when we're going to come back, like you just experienced. And I really appreciate you holding our spots here. And, just in case we do show up, unannounced or at a point when you're not expecting us, I wonder if it's reasonable to ask for keys to our rooms. I'd hate to wake you if we come in too late. I'd be happy to put down a down payment on our rooms if that helps ease your mind on whether or not we'll be coming back or not.
Jove, you and your companions have already done so much for me and some of the villagers. You've found out what happened to the Valduvas, brought back a whole season's worth of furs for the cold to come. You've already helped save the life of Gerlin's nephew. So, go ahead and roll me a persuasion check as he pauses.
Ooh, nice. That's an 18.
I think giving you a key to your room would be just fine. And he goes and he gets this big kind of wrought iron, thick keys, and gets 3 of them off and gives each one of you a key to their room.
Well, that's much appreciated, Gregory. We thank you for your trust, and hopefully we've been showing you the same thing.
Oh, you've done mighty well. At least towards me. And, that's all one can ask for.
Our own keys. At this point, I feel like we've just about moved in.
Well, it is nice to have such company. And it is nice to have these ravens as well. I see no downside.
Speaking of which, I never really asked, but I'm curious, Gregory. How often do people tend to come through here, other than us?
It depends on who are you asking about. If you are asking about just general travelers, depends on the season. Typically, in the colder winter months, we see very few travelers. The Vistani stay out to their hidey holes wherever they can escape the storms. But in the warmer months, especially through the spring and the summer, as little as they last, we could expect to see 1 or 2 families come join us here in the village. They range. Vistani families can be anywhere from as small as, a dozen members to large enough to be 50 or so or stronger. Now, if you're wondering, for travelers like yourselves, not associated with any of the Vistani, that's intermittent. Sometimes we will see a whole host of new strangers like yourself. Some stay for a day, some even less so. But I will say, recently it has felt like we have seen more. More travelers, more strangeness.
And those travelers, when they, new travelers and all, when they take off, is it usually not so good, or are they heading to Barovia proper? Just kind of curious wherever they tend to follow. And if we're ending up the same way, I guess.
He kind of looks around. There's a nervousness when you say that, Alder. That's palpable. I would say, and it gets in kind of close, that those who find the ire of Lord Strahd von Zarevich, long may he reign, tend to not stay very long. Many choose to leave and head out on their own. Few stay to ingratiate themselves to our village. We are not always a thirsting people here. And not everyone has the character that you three possess. Where they go and how they end up after they leave, I am not one to say. Which is why it has been so delightfully surprising to see you all return not once but twice from the woods surrounding Orsno.
Well, I almost didn't return one of those times, so gotta count my blessings, I guess.
I would indeed. And since you are not from around here, the land is Barovia. It's not a place. It's not a proper place. The Svelich Woods, Orsnu, Valaki, even Castle Ravenloft. All is Barovia. Does that make sense?
Crystal clear, friend. Thanks for explaining that one.
You already look out the place. It would be not helpful for you to say the wrong thing to the wrong person.
Look out of place and then offend every person I come across? Yeah, great plan there, I agree.
Well, what are the three of you going to do for your day? Are you going to rest here? Head back on out? It appears that we may even have a brief respite from the weather. I bet, weather permitting, if you look towards the cliffs of Orsnu, you might even be able to see Castle Ravenloft in the distance.
Well, I have to add sightseeing to the list of things to do while we're out and about. Well, we'll see exactly where we go. I think we've got some errands to run, and I know I would love to chat with Glovia if she was ever free today, but we'll just see kind of how the day plays out, I think.
Well, you will needing any more food or basic supplies, I am always at your service. I will continue to hold your rooms. I assume you did not ask Guy just to leave.
You assume correctly. And who knows when we'll be back, so I appreciate you holding on for us so we got a warm bed to return to. Appreciate this establishment you got running over here, Gregory.
Oh, we appreciate your company, your assistance, and of course your ravens. So he flips one of the gold ravens you have given him in the hand and catches it deftly before putting it back into his pocket.
Well, plenty more where those came from. Jove will kind of nod to him and start gathering his things to go out for the day.
Yeah. Alder sees him flip the ravens and just remembers the visage of Strahd that accompanied it the time he looked at him and thinks to, yes, well, you can keep as many of the ravens as you like, friend. And gets ready to take off.
Gregory smiles and nods to you all before heading back to his duties of running the shop. So, adventurers, as you gather your supplies and start readying yourself for the days, what would you like to do?
Well, I think we have some tasks that we're trying to accomplish today. I guess it just depends on a order of operations. Alder, I know you mentioned going and speaking with Glovia. I think that is definitely a good idea. I remember we had talked about paying a visit to that bobble shop once again to see what we can learn more about Eric and whatever he was asked to to retrieve for G, as it were. And lastly, we gotta remember that Eric fella is, well, Laszlo is still out there, probably plotting on well, either finishing what he started or maybe something even worse. So I think whatever we do have to act with at least a certain sense of urgency.
I agree. Those are all the places I was thinking of as well. Hours of Midnight, of course, being the bottle shop that we have to go to. I imagine that if Laszlo or Eric comes back anytime soon, we have an idea of where he might be going. But I agree. We should probably act on the assumption that he'll be coming back sometime soon. Or certainly if he hasn't found what it is that he's looking for, I can't imagine he's gonna stop. So, I guess the question is, should we start first with Hours of Midnight? Or do any of you gentlemen want to go somewhere else?
I think Eyes of Midnight is a good starting point because yeah, personally that's what I think. What about you, Virgil?
As of Midnight was what caught my eye.
Well, sounds like we're good and ready to go.
You all exit the Hare and the Hare. Um, there hasn't been a ton of snowfall compared to when you first entered the village. You can already see many of the villagers are clearing out paths, making sure that their walkways and their entrances are free of snow. The gray sunlight pierces through little breaks in the clouds. You feel a sliver of warmth as the light washes over you. You look towards, if we pull up our map, towards the north. If we all look at the map of the village of Orsnu, the most recent one I posted that has the updated stuff and more going on in it, you'll see these kind of black lines towards the top of the city and heading towards the southeast. These are cliffs that kind of back the city. They help kind of protect it from the wind sweeping down the mountains and kind of give it a place to place its back against, so to speak, from the surrounding wilds of Orsnu. However, looking that way, up past the cliffs, with this beautifully gray and clear day, you do see out in the distance dark black towers, sharp pointed, gothic in their creation. Think very classic Victorian, dark stone, long pointed towers, heavy walls that seem to surround it. And though the light is shining on Orsnu, The castle itself, even with this beautiful sightline, seems steeped in shadow. A black mark on the gray mountains far to the north of Orsno. Even from this distance, that castle must be massive to be seen so far away. You all feel a chill run through you as you gaze upon Castle Ravenloft from so far away. It's haunting, yet beautiful. A architectural marvel to even rival the Tower of Bane in Mulemaster. Grander and taller and more proud than the Zenitrum Estates. Only you, Virgil, with your time in Waterdeep, can think of buildings that rival or surpass Castle Ravenloft. But with the castle in view, you all begin to head southeast towards the Eyes of Midnight. The small, dark, bigger than a shack, smaller than a home. The raven sign with moons for eyes hangs and sways slightly in the breeze of the day. As you all approach, those of you with passive 14 or higher in perception hear what sounds like squawks coming from inside. A seems to be echoing within the building. What would you all like to do?
Could Alder... I don't know if there's, like, any windows or something. Can Alder try to, like, peek in and see if he can see anything?
There are indeed windows. How are you approaching it? Are you just walking up to the window and looking in, or are you trying to be sneaky?
Trying to be a little more sneaky about it.
Give me a stealth roll.
Okay. Yeah, I'm at the window. I just stand there looking.
I look in it, I T-pose outside the window, put my face against it, leave a nice little smudge.
That's a 12 for stealth.
You sneak up to the window, put your eyes on it, and look into the shop from the front entrance. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
That is a 12.
A 12.
Another 12.
You look inside, looking for the source of the squawking. You see a number of the same kind of baubles that you saw the day before. Doesn't look like much has been taken from here. You can still see that beautiful lockets and the kind of a bronze chalice and kind of the display cases. And as you look, you do see what appears to be a raven perched at the counter. Its eyes transfixed on you. And as you lock eyes with the raven, you see a hooked nose face peer up behind you. Yes? As you see Filar raises up from the window. It is looking at you on the other side.
Well, you scared me there. I thought nobody was inside this building right now.
He comes over and opens the door. Well, back again. I see you've heard me and my new companion. Come. As the door is opened for you and you are greeted in.
Alder would head in.
All their heads in. Jove and Virgil.
Well,
Virgil
yeah,
follows.
Yeah, Jove will be the last one in.
Jove, as soon as you enter in, you hear a Jove! Jove! And a raven that was at the counter flies over and lands on your shoulder. Jove! Jove! Jove, go ahead and roll me insight.
Yeah, because he's met a wizard's familiar before, just recently. Ooh, insight, you said?
Uh-huh.
That's only an 8.
You're surprised for a moment, but then it does click in. You're pretty sure this is Acelios.
He'll kind of raise an eyebrow and say, and just say, Celios, is that you?
The raven kind of nods its head enthusiastically. Jove! And Philar kind of looks over. Oh, my newest companion seems to take a shine to you. Do you know of him? I found him flittering through the mists the other day. He's a handsome bird, and seems to like you very much. It's a good sign indeed. So he kind of cocks his head to the side, and he seems particularly pleased with both Acelios and... For the first time, he seems less jittery, more at peace. The smile seems genuine.
Jove would reach into his pack and... Well, actually, never mind, because he ate all of his rations, so he doesn't have anything to give, so...
Well,
he will just... he can't talk to animals anymore because he's not a ranger, but he will, with a kind of a practiced hand of knowing how to handle birds, he'll kind of go up to give like a loving pet on Acelios without trying to spook him or anything.
Oh, and Acelios is happy to receive, and eventually kind of hops up and gets on the very top of your head, Jove, and settles down, and seems quite pleased to just be here.
Well, you got yourself quite the bird here. If I'm not mistaken, I definitely have met Acelios before. Wait, you're saying you just came upon him?
More of like he came upon me. He's lost, I believe. As he kind of goes over and reaches above you, Jove, and feeds a little bit of food to Acelios from kind of a pouch. I believe he is very lost. Flying through the mists of Barovia is hazardous. He should consider himself very lucky that I was who he found at the end of his flight. Others would not appreciate what a fine avian specimen he is. And you see, Acelios happily takes some more of the food and... Yeah! Jove! Philar! Jove? Philar! Ah!
Jove will kind of smile and enjoy the kind of really the embrace of connecting with Acelios, and it kind of, I would say, takes him out of the moment for a second as he thinks back to when he met Acelios and thinks of Aquila and his life that seems now so far away from here, and having Acelios in this moment. I'm not sure if it makes him think that he's not dead, or if this is more proof that he is dead. But I would say that he's kind of caught up in spending some time with Acelios, and I would say just with the passive perceptions of Alder and Virgil, you can tell that this is the first time Jove has seen, truly kind of like enjoying himself since you all have been in Barovia. So he'll sit there and kind of walk around with Asilios about the shop and kind of try and interact with him and build that kinship with this wonderful bird.
Jove, you peruse the baubles, and Usilos hops from shoulder to shoulder. He does kind of peck at that area between your shoulder blades and utters out a Akila! Taps on your shoulders again. Akila!
And without, he's going to look Acelio straight in the eyes as best as he can and just kind of shake his head and look down, almost as if to communicate that she didn't make it or that she has died.
As Asilios kind of just gets on your shoulder and leans against you, seemingly understanding and saddened. Just kind of leans, and you see Jove and this bird just kind of sharing a moment. As Falar looks over and just seems particularly pleased. Seemingly, his estimates of you become softer. He seems less nervous. His head stops kind of shivering. He stops the kind of odd shakes and sharp movements. And he seems to almost kind of nest himself behind the counter. You three are currently the only ones in here in the kind of early morning at the eyes of midnight.
Real quick, before we go any further with that, DM, I real quick just want to roll my portents, just to...
Smart, yup.
Yup.
Indeed.
So, first roll is a 2.
Okay.
Second roll is an 18.
Well, alright.
The perfect
got
score.
it. 2 very far ends of the spectrum then.
Let me just mark it down. I usually write your portent rolls at the top of my sheet.
Yes, I have a 2 and an 18 on hand today.
Gotcha. 2 and 18. Heard.
All right. So you said it's just us that's inside the shop.
Yeah. Currently, just the three of you. Philar seems pleasantly fixated on watching the interaction between Asilios and Jove.
Alder will go ahead then and approach Falar at the front of the counter and ask, "So, how's business been this last day, friend?"
For the shop, bad. For me, and this new companion, quite fine.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I was looking for a little bit of an exchange of information, as well as maybe a word of warning that might help you with wanting to share a little bit of extra information. It concerns both of us, you see.
He turns his gaze away from Jove and Asilios and turns to Yolder. Intriguing.
Yes. You see, I tried to go have a chat with Eric, our business associate, right?
Yes.
Has he been around here the last couple days?
Every day but today.
Well, that checks out. Because as it would so happen, yesterday, we found Eric locked up in some place outside, just outside, in the forest, with a mob of people from around here, all coming at him, calling him a beast, ready to kill him. That is until our friend, sent the undead after everybody, a mess that I and my friends here had to put down. So, we also found some things of note regarding him, including a note we believe was directed to him by someone called G, and an agreement that he had. An agreement that almost matches with what we have here. Now, listen, friend, as I told you before, I'm not here to judge you on where or how you get what you get in here. But I will say, that mob, if they know that you're involved, or I'm involved, they're gonna come after both of us. So, what I want is all the information we've got on this G, because I think it's vital that we all have a conversation with them and have it real, real soon. You understand?
He looks to you, intrigued but puzzled. He holds out a hand, and his eyes dart to your coin purse.
Mm-hmm. No discount on this one for our lives being at risk, I imagine?
Our lives are always at risk, but information is worth its weight in gold.
And how much gold is this information worth, friend?
And he leans in close, a sharp smile. How much is it worth to you?
Alder Alder raises kind of raises his chin and kind of looks almost down his nose at him. I'll start at 5, and I'm not going higher than that right now.
Philar nods, holds out his hand even closer to you.
And he will give him 5 gold, 5 raven.
King, 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 king. Sharply placed behind the counter. All right. I can't tell you who this G is, but I can tell you that Eric was always looking for a box. What box, I'm not sure. Every day, any box that I gave him, he'd of course buy other small baubles and the likes. But he can't hide it from me. He was looking specifically for a box. One that I've heard may be sequestered away. And he looks to both sides and gets in real close. In the Burgomaster's estate.
If that's the case, why wouldn't he have just gone there immediately?
Perhaps he was afraid of being found out. Perhaps he didn't want to deal with the only real guarded building in Orsnu. Or perhaps he wasn't willing to risk a rumor of where the box might be. Perhaps he was patiently waiting for me to stumble upon it. The Burgomaster does have quite a delightful collection of goods within his estate. It gives you kind of a knowing look.
Right. I think I understand on that one. One other person of interest that I want to know more about. This Glovia that comes around here. What do you know about specifically her estate?
The Falansenius. The only real manor within the village of Orsnu. It used to be a place of knowledge, merriment, good faith. The best toys and the best remedies came for the Falansenius. Lucian, with his toy making, his ability to fix just about anything, and Glovia, a healer, a knowledgeable woman. Together there was very few things that either one couldn't fix. Well, until they had their daughter. Now, the estate lies nearly barren. Few enter in, nearly no one comes out. Most of the staff have either been dismissed or are missing. Some think it is the broken-hearted final resting place. Others, something more vile. But few have been inside the estate in these last years. Glovia now keeps to herself. Spends some time at the hospice, but no longer entertains. From what I hear, of course.
And she's not a customer here, is she?
Well, I would love to take her coin. I unfortunately don't have anything that a noblewoman would want. Very least, not that one.
Or she's just sending other people to keep an eye on this place for what she wants, if you ask me. But good information, nonetheless. Curious, she's a healer. Her husband could fix anything. Yet, her daughter and the husband die mysteriously soon after. A puzzling puzzle. Puzzling puzzle. That's a funny one. But, stands out, doesn't it? I wonder what all that means.
Quite the mystery. But perhaps you could unravel it.
I think if I do unravel it, I've earned quite a fair amount in exchange for that kind of knowledge. Would you not agree? Knowing the dirtiest secrets out here? Knowing where's where, or even... Gosh, who knows? What's inside that burgomaster's residence? I imagine if I find out something there, you could pay kindly, would you know?
He meets your gaze and gives you that same kind of look down the nose. Well, information is quite valuable. While I'm not particularly concerned with the burgomaster, should you find something of interest at the Falansenius, I would be most interested in that information.
I'll keep it in the back of my mind. And do us please both a favor. I don't expect that this G or Glovia or whoever I am thinking about might make themselves known here, but don't spoil the fun that I'm giving them a visit. You understand? As he starts to lean in more as he says that.
You hear the sound of coins being clinked together beneath the, I want to say register, but it feels incorrect. But you know what I'm trying to say.
Yes. Under the counter.
Under the counter. There it is. Counter's the word I'm looking for. Of course. Ravens are chatty. But not that chatty.
Well, I say that was a very fruitful visit on that one, friend. I appreciate your due diligence, as always, and I'll do my diligence here now as well.
Your patronage is always appreciated. And if you find any baubles or collectibles, I would be more than happy to take them off your hands.
I would love that. Oh, one last thing, if you don't mind, just as a newcomer here, if perchance I was in the area of the Burgermasters and was gonna go give them a visit, just how many people are there guarding such a place? You know, I just don't want to bump into the wrong person, right?
He smiles, looks at you. If one were to take a stroll by the Burgermasters, they would know that the front and back entrance holds a minimum 2 guards at all times. Perhaps a 5th one making the rounds. Of course, come evening they tend to huddle by their fires. They're a miserable lot. But they can be persuaded. People
Well,
do sure love ravens. As he looks to you with a side eye.
yes. Seems some things carry over from town to town, in my experience. We'll just have to see what kind of lovely character that we have out there guarding this fantastic Burgermaster estate. Anyways, I think I'll go ahead and take my leave, friend. You have yourself a great day.
Until then, the eyes of midnight are at your service. Pleasure doing business with you, Alder.
Pleasure's mine as always. As he can't really tip the cap of what the hat that he has, so he kind of more puts his hand almost up like he's saluting as he heads back over to the party. Unless the party was all right there. I don't know if you guys were just watching or if you were
No,
actually.
during that time, kind of under the cover of that conversation, DM, I would like Jove to kind of go to the furthest part of this store. I know it's not a huge place, but kind of while Alder is talking to this individual Phylar, he wants to ask Asilios just a couple of questions, hushed under his breath as he's kind of feigning interest in the bits and bobbles.
What are your questions?
The first thing is he's going to kind of look at Asilios and say, you safe here, friend? Is this Phylar trustworthy?
He repeats back, safe? And nods. Trust! And he looks back at Philar. And back to you. If a raven could shrug, this is certainly its best attempts. It appears that's a difficult question for Asilios to answer.
He does that awesome noise that ravens make, that gwon,
Go,
gwon, gwon,
go. With a shrug.
gwon.
He doesn't seem particularly nervous to be around Philar and is happy to see you. Trustworthiness towards Philar He's certainly fed Asilios, but he does seem more comfortable with you.
Well, keep an eye out, and if you ever need to get out of this place, I'm at the Hare and the Hare. It's just down the road. I'll make sure to come back, and if you change your mind and you want to get out of here and you want to be with me instead of this fella, I can make that happen.
Jove! Stay! Stay! Jove! And he kind of gets on close, bobs his head a little bit, and does not appear to have any desire to leave your shoulder.
He'll walk up towards Phylar and say, "Well, I know that you're a businessman, and well, this is a mighty fine bird. I spend most of my time out in the wilderness, and having another set of eyes, somebody that could, help me in my capacity of tracking and whatnot, would be of great use and value to me. I know that you've shown your interest in this bird, but so do I. Perhaps we can make an exchange, a raven for some ravens."
Asilios nods and holds out a hand.
Phylar?
Oh, sorry, yeah, Phylar.
Um, can Jove? Okay. Well, actually, no. He'll first. He'll take out 2 ravens and kind of clink them in his hands before pressing them into the palm of Phylar.
Phylar takes it and smiles. Of course. He seems quite taken with you. And
No,
Asilios? He's the one, is he not? And Asilios goes, "Ah! Well, then, thank you for the ravens, Asilios. I'll see you later." Then Asilios nods and seems happy enough to stay. It's a fine companion you have. Very clever. He speaks very highly of you.
Yeah, can Jove roll insight on that, just as far as him knowing Asilios as being a familiar beforehand?
Yeah, go for it.
I was just trying to see if he's got that same connection with Phylar. Oh gosh, another bad insight. That's only 8.
Yeah, you're not sure. Philar always is kind of a strange character, with his own kind of like bits and squawks as is, especially with the shrug from Asilios earlier, and how readily he is to allow Asilios to leave with you. You're not sure how Philar has been communicating with Asilios, if it's like you've been, but you can't help to feel that he knows far too much for somebody communicating with Asilios just like this. How or why? I can't put your finger on it.
Well, with the deal made, actually before he'll press the 2 ravens in the hands of Phylar, and but before he lets it go, he says, that was a mighty fine pouch of treats that you had, and I'm plumb out right now, and maybe you can throw that in there just for Celios' sake."
And Asilios kind of leans over. Please? And finally looks to Asilios and can't help but just smile. Yes, of course. We want to do not to feed such a fine companion. And I hand you a pouch filled with just kind of like kernels and dried bits. Just kind of like not particularly fit for human consumption, but plenty enough for Acelius to snack on at your perusal. And Acelius seems quite pleased and makes kind of a happy go, go, go.
Jove will nod his head to Phylar and release the two ravens, and yeah, with a brightened mood, he'll be ready to leave the establishment.
Philar seems quite pleased with the influx of ravens, uh, having only had to give up some information, Acelios, and some feed for quite a bit of ravens on his part, and seems quite happy, much happier than the last time you all left the Eyes of Midnight. Waves to you all and immediately begins to count all of his ravens and kind of a manic order starts stacking them, counting them, making records of it. As you enter back out into the outskirts of the village of Orsnu, with a new companion at Job's side.
Well, Alder, I only picked up part of what you were saying with Phylar, but we wanting to case the burgomaster's place before we go on and talk to G, or do you feel like we got enough information about that and we can just go ahead and skip that part?
Well, with the burgomasters, I don't know how much you all were listening in, but our friend Frylar here seems to think that whatever Eric was looking for, he says with quotations, might just be in the burgomaster's estate. Also mentioned that it's rather guarded, but that guards can be persuaded by similar means around here. Also recommended that they're all in one spot at night. So, if we wanted to do something perhaps in the evening, we have an option there on that one. Certainly, that's a place of interest to go check out. Otherwise, didn't seem to know who this G was, even though we have our own suspicions. And mentioned that he'd pay rather kindly if we gave him anything from Glovia's estates, if we want to make our way out there at some point. Also, I didn't catch too while I was out there. Who's your friend, Jove? Do you know this thing? Or
Oh yes, this is actually Acelios. Right before we all met up at the crossing road inn, when I was going and doing the task set out for me by Aya Glenmere, found Acelios. He was a wizard's familiar in a tower that had since gone into disrepair, and it's a goblin kind that had taken over it. And he helped Aquila and myself make our entrance and do so in a very efficient fashion. He seemed content to be staying there with in the remnants of his old master's establishment, but it seems like whatever those mists are, well, we're not the only ones that have crossed over into Barovia. We've now got that living proof right here with the Celios. Unfortunately, my connection to primal nature of other beings has been altered, and I no longer can speak his tongue exactly, but we're going to be able to communicate at least somewhat here.
I was just gonna ask, so did a bird tell you all those things? Or...
Yes, in quiet detail. He was a very well spoken bird. I just don't have the ears to hear him, unfortunately.
If you'll humor me, DM, Alder wants to roll insight on Asilios. He's
Yeah, go for it.
perplexed at this bird, yes. Fittingly, that's a 5.
A 5? You know, ravens do have the ability. You know that ravens have the ability to mimic human sounds. That they're quite intelligent as far as avians go. There's something weird about this bird. You make eye contact with it, and it makes full eye contact back with you, and not the eyes of some, hungry, petty bird that is just looking for whoever's got meal. That's a fully awake creature looking back at you. As Asilios kind of hops on top of Jove's head. Jove! Aquila! Friends!
No offense, bird, but you're a little bit far off from Aquila.
And Asilios nods in agreement.
But Asilios, you are right. These folk right here, these are friends, just like Aquila.
And you see Asilios flies over to you, Virgil, gets on one of your horns, gets his head down low. Oh!
You can address him. I don't want to scare the bird.
I don't think you'll scare him, but there's
He's kind of like holding that pose where it's like I don't want to move, like like how people get when there's like a lizard on them.
right.
Yeah.
Like they're at the zoo at an exhibit, and like the person puts the lizard on them. They're like, oh, cool.
Cool. I love this.
No sudden movements in any way. Yeah.
That there is Virgil Asilios, very talented individual. I'm sure you'll see him in action probably sooner than any of us would like.
Joe! Friend!
Yeah, until you give me reason to be otherwise.
You see Asilios nods, and then lands over on your shoulder, Alder. Oh!
You can just call me Alder.
Alder! Friend! And then flutters on, and then lands back on top of Jove's head. Perches. And it's funny because, he's like a full-size raven, so they're pretty large on top. So it covers most of your head, Jove. Luckily, you're, older. This bird's got weight. Like, you felt it. Virgil and Jove, luckily, you guys are strong boys.
Hefty raven.
That's a hefty raven right there. But Jove and Virgil, the weight is inconsequential to your guys' builds. And Sela kind of perches down, makes himself comfortable, settles in, and Jove, you now have a hat. It's named Asilios.
Yes.
So you may add Raven Companion to your sheet.
Woo!
Damn right.
So, with your new companion Asilios atop Jove's head, some information received, and the promise of payment for information and interesting baubles, where do you all head to next? It's about mid-morning. The village is... Bustling's not the word for a village this size, but is fully engaged in its normal day-to-day activities.
Well, I know we want to go and talk to Glovia, but Virgil did save Marcu's nephew, or at least gave him the best fighting chances possible. Seven Tables ain't too far off. That could be one last pit stop to see if we can soak up any more information before making our way over to a noble estate.
I'm always willing to take advantage of a position.
We could certainly use some more information if we wish to go around.
Yeah, let's see if anybody's. I mean, because frankly, we don't know what happened to Eric after the fact. We all left, and maybe there's a couple of brave souls that went by to see if that hidey hole he was at is even still standing.
You
But,
know, that is a good cover on that one too. We're checking in on people, making sure everyone's okay after the attack, right? Could even check in on that family with the boy that got attacked. The names escape me. I apologize, but as he
There
goes
is.
through his notes, yes.
I'll be helpful on this one. At a game, it is the owners of the Seven Tables Inn is Marku and Karina Grellin. Their nephew is starts with a V.
Seal?
Vasil. Yep, Vasil Grellin is their nephew, and he is currently at the hospice under the care of Glovia and her young ward Serena.
And I apologize. The names were Marku and what?
Karina, Corina. You guys saw Karina heading towards the hospice with Sorina, Glovia's assistant.
All right. Well then, see here. Trying to see where the hospice is in relation to
So
the Seven Tables.
it
Looks like
is
they're pretty close by.
across the street.
So, I think if we're backtracking from the Eyes of Midnight, we can hit Seven Tables first and then pop over to the hospice.
Sounds like a good plan to me. Lead the way.
Cool beans. And we'll start heading towards Seven Tables Inn.
You head over to the Seven Tables Inn, see kind of its large living room style inn. You can see there's already a number of individuals having food or drinks. The smell of freshly baking bread. Oh, that was difficult. Wafts in through. It is not as lively as it was the last time you went through. There is a sullenness. While the smells are greeting, you see Marku, deep bags underneath his eyes. Looks like he probably hasn't slept since he saw you guys last. Is like hunched over, cooking, refilling drinks. But with that, when you see somebody in the middle of like a double shift and they are just beat the fuck up, you're like, oh, buddy, you got to go home. It's very much that, but the Seven Tables still needs to run. As he moves from patron to patron, keeps food and drink with a sluggish pace.
As they start making their way to the bar, can
Making our way
Jove
to the bar.
kind of keep his ears perked up to see if he can overhear any conversation relating to the night prior?
Let's have a group perception check.
Passive 12.
It's gonna be 14 from Jove.
15.
15. You hear all that is the talk of the town right now. Just about everybody is talking about the night before. I'll say you all notice that they are pointedly not talking about Marku's nephew, but about Eric, and I always knew there was something wrong with him, and I told you he's a dead man come back to haunt us. You hear, doesn't it bother anybody that the Valduvas disappear, and then squatting inside is a dead man? You don't think that Laszlo faked his own death, do you? I mean, and it's those rumors of just like disbelief and fear of the dead coming back, of the horrors outside the village, stream into your ears. However, one with that 15, Virgil, you overhear someone say, "From what I hear, the burgomaster should be returning tonight. And I hear that he's with a Vistani woman. It's bad enough that we have to deal with them and their loud ways, their large families, but now one's even weaseled in to the burgomaster's estates. I don't trust it. I think you should just let them to the rot." Another speaks up. "We need the Vistani. I think it is a good move. The burgomaster should invite them. With the hard winters, the Valduvas gone, we'll need the trade to keep the village going. The last of our stocks are in the main building. Once we are gone, what then? Who will go hunting? Who will provide furs? Who will trade with us? Strangers? Is that what you want in the village, Ivan?" No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, don't you think it's weird for the burgomaster to be gone and then return back with the Vistani of all people? You may have the blessing of Lord Strahd, but that's just... Do not say what you are going to say next. And there's a quietness between them. Long may he reign. Long may he reign. Shut up and get to your cups. As the two of them hunker back down, one glaring at the other. See just a little bit of sweat, Virgil, on the first man, the one making the claims. See, puts his head down and puts his face basically into his cup. That's kind of what you all overhear from the villagers and the rumors at the Seven Tables Inn. You see a spot opens up at the bar. Plenty for the three of you to sit at if you so choose to. Or you may take one of the tables kind of in the middle of the room. Choice is yours, though.
Jove will head straight to the bar so he can catch Marku's attention.
Yes. Oh, that's not the right one right there. Let me switch on the theme. You head up to the bar and wave on over, and Marku finally sees you. Heads on over. "Oh, hello. It is good to see you all. Sorry for my sorry state. What may I do for you?"
No, I know it's been a long night for us all. Probably you most of all. I think we would be good with a round of drinks. And how's Vasil holding up?
"Oh, my nephew, he's a strong young man. He's He still has not woken. He is still pale. His chest rises and falls, but I've never seen him in such a state. He may recover, but I don't know if he will be the same.
Well, he's in the hands of the best in town, right? Lovia seems to be the tippity top when it comes to the healing arts around these parts.
Lady Falicino has been nothing but a gift to us here. She's the only person who might have been able to keep my nephew from passing over. And of course, the three of you will always have my thanks. I shiver to think of what would have happened had you not been there. Eric and his vile machinations. This is not bad enough to do with the weather. Not bad enough to suffer, but... It is a hard life. A very hard life.
I know you've had your hands full here at the inn, but have you heard any word about Eric still squatting at the old at that outpost anymore? Has anybody gone around to check, or is everybody still clenching their britches when it comes to thinking about seeing his ugly mug again?
I think that the latter statement is the most true. It's I think most are scared to return there, lest he still be hiding. Or perhaps there's more creatures from beneath to ward us off. He sees, rubs his eyes, and goes over to his own kind of glass and takes a long, heavy drink and seems to shiver thinking about the nights before. The events of the night before.
You know, we're not really from around here, and I can't help but hear the chatter about town, and from what we saw with our own eyes last night about Eric's state of undeath. Is that something that has afflicted you all here in Orsnew? Dead coming back to wreak vengeance? I don't mean to pick at an open wound here. I just want to make sure if we do run into this individual once again that we're equipped with any sort of knowledge or advantage that you all here might have from dealing with a phenomenon like this.
It is customary for us to bind those who die, give them a proper burial, make sure they are confined to the ground once more. Those lost in the mists, those left to rot, are likely to return, mindless and hungering, for those of us who still breathe. But in Eric's case, that is something much more vile. Something is wrong. It is one thing for the lands to spit you back out, to hunger for life that has been lost. But to speak, to hide himself within our ranks. The dead may be strong, but they are not smart. That is what worries me. That is what worries us all. should something like that be spread out, I worry that few will come to our village. Without outside help or outside trade, we may make it through this next hard winter, but I don't know if we'll be able to make it through a second one.
As an outsider coming to your village, you have to understand my point of view that it seems very strange that you're worried about no outsiders, given how you've treated and how you've been known to treat outsiders in the past. But now you're desperate for them?
Me? Of course. I run an inn. I need outsiders. The rest of the village? Stuck in their hovels in their homes? What you need to understand is, not all outsiders have been as forthcoming and as welcoming as you. The three of you do good works. Ingratiate yourselves. But there's another side to it. Outsiders like Eric, who come in under the guise of trade, of purchasing, and then summon terrors in the night, who strike down even my own family. What you need and what you can trust are seldom the same thing. Yes, we need outsiders, but to trust them? Those are two very different things. And not all of them have gone out of their way to save my nephew, the way that you three have. We don't always have the greatest history with outsiders. So you'll have to forgive us for not always being so welcoming.
Well, you can trust that whenever we run into this Eric fella again, we'll make sure that he's put down for good this time. You all folk have been kind and welcoming to us. Despite what it seems like to be with issues with others in our same sorry state, the least that we could do is ensure that there is no other outsiders coming to wreak havoc upon your livelihoods.
That would be great boon, and apologies for the hardness of my words. They do not.
Apology needed. You've had probably the hardest, longest night that just about anybody can have. Kin is a dear thing. You seem to be doing what you can.
My nephew is as close to a son as I've ever had. My wife and I were not blessed with children, and, well, my brother and his wife, they didn't even get to see his third name day. I've watched over him, seen him grow. He's foolish and headstrong, but he cares deeply for us. While he's a fool for bringing that mob to Eric, courage is not something my nephew lacks. I don't know where he got it from. Certainly not us, but to see someone so young be brought so low. Sometimes I can't help but wonder if we've received the ire of Lord Strahd. Long may he reign.
Long may he reign.
But forgive me. You are more than deserving of drinks for what you've done for us. Is there something specific? I don't have a huge selection, but if you're looking for ales or have some finer wine, I'd be more than willing to pour you some.
Today's an ale day for me.
I will take one as well.
And for you, our red friend.
Yeah, I suppose I could do with a nail.
All right, 3 ales. Do not worry, it is on the house. My thanks, as much as I can give. And he goes and gets, 3, the largest tankards he can find. They're non-uniform. One is, wooden, it's got a handle on it. The other one seems to have its handle as broken off long ago. The other one seems to be made of some seeming stone. Puts the 3 in front of you and fills them to the brim to where they almost overflow. You have to sip the top of it to actually pick it up without spilling any. It's red and very hoppy isn't the word for it. There's a strong alcoholic taste to it, but it's unlike any of the ales that you're used to in the Moonsea. It seems to be just very plain, very strong, and hits your gut like a lead brick. Seems almost similar to liquid bread that's alcoholic then, like a fine, aged ale. If any of you need anything further, just call me on over. I am at your service.
This might be a strange request, but any way that I could buy a set of sheets from you? Gregory's fine folk, but his are a bit scratchy, and I'm fine with sleeping on the ground and roughing it, but if I'm going to pay for a room, I'd like it to be at least a little more comfortable. And, yeah, if you got some extras that you can part with, I'd be more than happy to pay a fair wage for it.
I have some extras, yes. I'd be more than happy to part ways with. That's for 5 silver ravens for the whole set.
He'll give him a gold to make change, or a raven to make change.
And hand you back 5 silver ravens in return, as well as, after a few moments goes, pulls the sheets from the back and add to your inventory a full bedding set. They are plainly made, basic kind of grays. They are nice enough, certainly. You've had better sheets. The thread count on this is unremarkable. But it will handily replace the sheets that you have torn up. You all mull over your wine or your ale, have it sit heavy in your guts. Listen to more of kind of the rumors, hear people sullenly talk about the night's events before. You hear one middle-aged man saying, "If I had been there, I would have given them a one for my money," and immediately gets shouting's not what they do. It's more of that kind of like stage whisper of just like, quiet yourself, as he is kind of verbally beaten back down. You feel that kind of sullenness in the room. Everybody roll me insight.
That's a 14.
3.
12.
The 14, Alder, you notice it as your companions drink with you, that For the first time since you've entered into the village, not everybody is fixated on the three of you. You're able to just sit at the bar and have your drink plainly. The room lacks the tightness that it once had when you first walked in.
Kind of not being the talk or, well, maybe even the lack thereof talk around the town, but kind of relaxing for a moment when you guys agree.
Well, I got used to getting stares in Mulemaster, so nothing too strange. But I agree, Alder. It is nice to feel a little less looked upon.
Mo master, he says, like, a little bit of disdain and, like, he almost, like, wants to spit as he says it. Ugh. They were gonna make a cloak out of me if I stayed there a minute longer. Good riddance is what I say.
You and me both.
It's funny.
Well then. Got a little bit of information on some things, right?
Well, we know that nobody has gone in and checked on Eric's hovel. We don't know for sure whether or not Glovia is at the hospice currently, or just her assistant watching over
Ah,
the
fuck.
Overseer.
Might almost be better if it is just the assistant there. My guess, based off of what we heard, if Glovia is indeed meeting up with somebody, then yeah, I imagine she's got bigger fish to fry right now.
Well, then we're close to the hospice, so we can hop on over there if we'd like next. I think that was the original plan.
It was indeed. Yeah, we can check in on Grellin, right? Make sure he's recovering okay. See if anyone can tell us anything.
I just imagine that Marku spilled an ale all over the bar. He was frantically going to clean it up. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Ah, damn it!
Apologies, my drink exploded.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was unideal.
I told you to stop mixing chemicals in there.
How dare you?
You know, I mean, I gotta get that right drink. Gotta have it.
Yeah, I've heard it could be purple or pink.
Depending on how I mix this shit.
It's the it's like the screen of Walter White where he's like, somebody cooked in here.
Yeah.
I made chai tea and everything, and then put it in the freezer, and then to make it cold, and got back to it, and then put the drink down and squeezed it just a little bit, and then the ice shattered inwards and shot up, and looks like my keyboard is fine. My screen. Ah, there's more.
And then there's more.
If only we had a prestidigitation, you know?
If only.
If only, the woodpecker cried.
That's my favorite Edgar Allan Poe. If only. Yeah, you're welcome. It's like he's hiding like embarrassing photos in the attic or something. That's how that story goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think he like buried it in a hole in the backyard.
There we
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Please catch me up. What's the party's plan next?
We just watched Marku drop an ale all over the bar and hastily clean it up
Yep, you did indeed.
while we were talking. I think we essentially just said that we were gonna hit up the hospice next.
Okie dokie. At the hospice, you got it. Let's put. There it is. You exit the Seven Tables Inn and head across the way to the hospice. See the kind of squat building across the street and enter in the smell of medicinal herbs and the sick kind of quaff through the air. In the same bed that you left him, you see the young Grelin, still pale, still stabilized, but not moving, not stirring, simply breathing. An older woman is by his side, currently got her hands on the side of the bed, laid across of it, her head on top of it, currently asleep. You all would recognize her from the evening before as Karina Grelin, as she seems to be asleep from the evening before, watching over her nephew. As you all enter in, the young girl, Serena, you'd guess she's probably 11 or 12. She has like think like Victorian style nurse outfit, like the big apron, the sleeves, clearly something likely Glovia bought her. Seems finer than a lot of the regular wear that most people have. She's got kind of like the same kind of like bonnet hat on as well. Kind of like darker blonde hair, looks up to you and, hello? You've all returned. Are you here to speak to Lady Faustino?
Yeah, we wanted to check in. Figured it'd be right manners, right? To come on in and make sure Grelin is recovering okay. Is now a good time for us?
I believe so. I'll go fetch the lady now. And she makes her way over, and a few moments later returns with Glovia. Oh, welcome you all back. Have you come to check in on the young Grelin?
We have indeed. How's he recovering so far?
Physically, his wounds will heal. The wound he received in the chest is not life-threatening. He doesn't show any early signs of infection. We're able to clean and dress it without any problems. However, he is yet to stir or to wake. He shows no signs of reaction to stimuli. He is breathing and does not seem to be actively dying, but it is starting to become worrying that he is yet to wake.
A coma, essentially. Is is anyone else here right now, or is it just him?
I have the remains of some of the villagers that fell last night. I'm currently dressing them and preparing them for burial with their families. As of now, he is my only living occupant. And as she says that, Jove, with your heightened sense of smell, you certainly can smell the death inside of the hospice.
Well, certainly a morbid and a tough task to handle on that one. I will say I was still curious about the nature of this injury, and, well, frankly, from one adept at the magical arts to another, I was curious about, well, how you work. It's just completely new and fascinating to me. Would you mind if I came in for a bit? I don't know, maybe we could trade some insider secrets, one wizard to another, or however you fancy yourself.
Wizard is a strange term, not one I am familiar with. I am an arcanist by trade. Aside
See,
from the other upbringing mementos.
a wizard is just a fancy word for someone who's studied in the arcana. As one person over here who's, well, studied a very different type of arcana. I get more visions than anything, I'd say. I'm just so enamored by this.
Oh, are you with the Vistani tribes?
The the Vistani tribes. Hmm.
Yes, they oft claim that they have the powers of foresight, can see visions.
Well, I wish I could have a conversation with the Vistani about such a thing. But no, I I'm not with them specifically, although I'm curious if we share a connection in any way.
Well, I unfortunately do not have any active work, but if you would like to watch as I dress the bodies for burial, I would not mind the observation. It is time for Serena to learn properly what must be done to preserve them.
If you don't mind, and if I am not intruding, I would be fascinated to view the process. Gentlemen, it's up to you if you wish to join on that one.
I mean, I'm not weak to the stomach. I can stick around and watch.
I too. I don't know much about medicine, but always like to see masters at work.
And Alder reaches for his uh his spell book and says, "You don't mind if I take notes as I watch, right?"
No, of course not. I just wish that you had better material working with. Your book seems to have barely survived a fighter.
Yeah,
That's kind of his aesthetic.
I will say it looked much nicer and cleaner once upon a time. Maybe if somebody here could find me a nicer book, I could start to work on making another one. Lord knows I miss having backups of this thing, but anyways, that's neither here nor there. But yes,
Apologies. All the texts here are not for the arcane, but for the study of anatomy. You would find their pages already filled with my own handwriting.
a fascinating thing in its own, I'm sure. But anyways, do not let me intrude. Whenever you wish to begin, I would be happy to observe.
Of course. Serena, join me. Uh, yes, Lady Falsinho.
Do you
Um,
mind if I crack one of those books open? I'm something of a journaler myself. And, well, I like to see how other people describe things, and something like anatomy, so very interesting. Somebody as well educated as yourself, I'm sure, has quite keen thoughts on the subject.
be mindful and have a delicate touch. There are no other copies, and paper and ink is quite rare to come by.
The lightest of touches, yes.
Yes, here. And she points you over towards a bookshelf. Specifically, books on anatomy written by my own hand rest here. if I were to make a suggestion, my most basics would be in this. It's a leather-bound kind of tome with a solid bit of weight on it. Jove, as you kind of open it, you can see incredibly fine handwriting, neat, organized, with a number of illustrations in there. Quite impressive, actually, especially with kind of your background of illustration and storytelling. The text is very dry. It is matter of fact, unopinionated, simply speaking only on the actual anatomy parts. It is well written, albeit exceptionally boring.
Now, the script itself, does Jove recognize it? Is he able to connect it with the handwritten note that he reconstituted the night prior?
Roll insight.
Come on, baby. Ugh, another 8.
Another 8.
No, you rolled an 18, friend.
Yes!
The writing is very similar. It's not a one-to-one. When you think back on the note and back onto this one, this is much blockier, much sturdier, as if time and efforts to place every single letter was done specifically. The note is more scrawled. While it is definitely much nicer than the handwriting you've seen from like the likes of Gregory, it's not until you look at one of the letters on there that you see that the A's in the notes in the A's in the book do indeed match up.
Jove will keep mental note of that as he is flipping through these pages and trying to legitimately soak in some of this anatomical information as Alder and her continue their work.
Go ahead and make me an intelligence check.
Intelligence check.
Yep, D20 plus intelligence.
Gotcha. Oh, that's a nat 20?
Jove, you begin to rip through this book, not literally, figuratively. And it's less of the anatomy. A lot of it's real basic stuff that you're used to seeing. A lot of it is particularly human, not as helpful with some of the more exotic humanoids that you are a part of. However, you learn fascinating things about the illustrations. Your next roll for illustrating your adventures will be done with advantage.
Excellent. Thank you.
As we return back to Glovia, you see one of the villagers there, leg gnawed through to the bone. You can see similar gnaw marks on their neck. You would all recognize this as one of the villagers, one of the ankle biters, had gotten a hold of them, first clearing through their leg, bringing them to the ground, and then finishing the move with a bite to the neck. The smell is very strong. I would need everybody within vicinity to make me a Constitution saving throw.
That is a 19.
16.
16.
11.
Everyone is able to pass, although Jove, with your heightened senses, you find yourself taking steps backwards and focusing more on the book. It sits kind of in like the back of the throat, and you can feel you're just on the precipice of perhaps losing some of that ale you just had. But Virgil and Alder, you're able to hold strong, unbothered by the smells wafting from this corpse. You see Glovia and Serena deftly set to work, removing what few kind of accessories they have. They take a ring off of a finger and set it to the side. They check the remaining clothing before eventually removing it. They catalog the wounds, make notes. Glovia is a deft instructor before they go and they begin sewing up parts of the wounds. They remove completely one of the legs. You see there is a brazier nearby, fully alight, and they toss kind of the bits, the unused, the rotting flesh into there, leading to this thick, fatty smoke to waft through it. Anything that seems corrupted or no longer attached to the body is removed and thrown into this fire, allowing none of it to stay out decay. After thoroughly cataloging, they begin to then bind the individual. Their arms, their leg, the mouth is sewn shut. They are placed in kind of a basic gown. Their bodies are, washed, cleaned, their face set. You can see that they stitch the eyelids down shut to where, by the end of it, they are almost quasi-mummified, minus the preservatives. The corpse is bound tightly before they move on to another one of these villagers and begin the same process, collecting whatever mementos they had on them, storing those off to the side with the notes and name of the person in their family. You see another individual, most of their seems as most of their chest and neck, their face is heavily disfigured, so they remove that, make notes, and dispose of the rotting flesh into the braziers, and then once again bound the individual until at the end there are 4 neatly cleaned and bound corpses ready for burial. Glovia and Serena go and wash their hands, make sure every bit of them has been cleaned. Glovia makes some final notes before finishing and looks back to you. So, did you find something of value in the preparation for burial?
A fascinating, fascinating display of work, I must say. I've never really sat in on such preparations in general, so it was illuminating. I will say the thing that just stands out to me, as someone who's versed in the arcane, I'm just still curious about the medical application of it. As far as I understand, I mean, the arcane can certainly alter elements, correct? But healing properties, that part just still confounds me. How how exactly were you able to find such a study?
Find? I did not. Through trial, error, and many years of work. It is not magic that I entirely cast. It is simply to enhance the various herbs and remedy. Healing is not being done. I am simply increasing the body's natural resilience. You could think of it more as where abjuration and enchantment come together. And to those unknowing, may appear to be healing, but healing magic is not something within my wheelhouse.
So essentially, it's like you're accelerating the body's natural ability to heal itself, right? The same way our body would fill up a scab. If you amplify it enough times, it could theoretically start to protect itself from something more. It's not healing so much as, well, putting the cellular level into overdrive, I guess you could say.
Think of it as in If you are missing a limb and you wanted to heal it, how would you go about it? Would you create another hand? Would you try to sew what has been lost? Is the healing magic replacing or simply remending? In this case, magic cannot be used here to completely return what has been lost. To do so would require a certain level of blech, divine, I suppose. Not that I personally have ever seen or been privy to such powers, mainly in storybooks and tall tales. But what do we have to work with? We have their bodies. We have their natural healing properties. That is the key.
And you enhance that through your arcane, is what you're saying.
When I can, and if I have the right components. I can't do it with pure magic alone. I am not a particularly accomplished spellcaster. But using what I know of the body, using what I know of horticulture and herbology, I can add. I can sow the right knowledge of healing into others. It won't bring anyone back from through death, but it is better than nothing. Some things, though, just simply must be healed with time. Especially if a lesson is to be learned. It's one thing to help set in motion a broken bone. It is another to learn why you broke it. Swing from a tree and fall? Break your arm? Well, then perhaps the 8 weeks it takes to heal will teach you an important lesson on balance. And Serena quickly takes notes.
And what about your protege here as well? Are you also gifted in the arcane?
Uh, no. Uh, Lady Faustinu, sponsors my education. I'm from here in Orsno. Perhaps maybe in time? But I'm here only to assist right now. We haven't moved into that. Are we going to move into that? She looks over to Glovia. Perhaps in time. But magic is no excuse for knowledge and the practical application of the skills I've been teaching you. There are no shortcuts, even with magic. She nods, so you see Serena nod enthusiastically and continue to take notes. She seems to be quite the apt student.
A very dedicated student that you have there. Indeed. Huh. Do you live here then, or are you staying with the lady?
No, I live here with my parents. I maintain the hospices day to day, especially when Lady Faustinu goes for more supplies.
Well, certainly handy to have somebody around that can actually help out with such things. Well, I must say it's been a truly fascinating and illuminating experience. One that I theorized it had something to do with abjuration. I have a lot to think about with what you have said and what your application is. I'd be lying if I said it all completely makes sense to me. It goes against what I've learned of the arcane, but
Oh, this
well,
all makes very much sense to me. It's all very clear.
I would love for you to illuminate me then, Virgil, please.
Oh, I was joking.
Great.
You see Serena stifles a laugh. Glovia kind of just even, no reaction. Well, I'm glad that you found this illuminating. Before you all continue on for your day, has there been any other news of this Eric?
We haven't heard anything. We were just at the Seven Tables and didn't hear hide nor hair of whether anybody had gone down there and checked the old outpost and whether or not he was still hunkered down in there. I think we figured that might be a stop for us at some point, but short answer is no. We haven't heard much.
Uh, in all honesty, I was actually hoping if either of you two could answer such a question. I mean, it's a small town, and seems the village had it out for him. Do you guys even know or have an idea who this Eric fellow was?
Unfortunately, I do not. He was an outsider. One that never spoke or had any interest in the hospice. Occasionally, might catch a glimpse, but he is as much a stranger to me as you all were not too long ago.
Rolling insight.
Go ahead and roll insight.
Oh, that's an 8.
Her speech is cool, calm, and metered. Same kind of blunt, matter of fact statements as if she is dealing with a corpse.
And you, young lady, you wouldn't happen to know anything or seen anything with Eric recently, had you?
No, just that he smelt incredibly bad.
He did, in fact, smell very bad. You don't get a whole lot of that around here, do you?
Oh, lots of people
Walking
smell
dead
bad,
types
but
of people. Well, of the unnatural type. Obviously, hygiene is still important.
uh, sometimes it is dangerous to go out into the woods. All sorts of things dead and not quite dead are out there. There are monsters and beasts. Some say there's even ghosts. And, Glovia, uh, do not touch such things. Superstition and the likes. Yes, there are creatures, and yes, the undead can come back, which is why we prepare them for burial this way. Get this talk of ghosts out of your mind, Serena. It will addle you. Yes, Lady Fasinio.
Is there any protocol for those undead who were not properly prepared and have risen, like we see now with this Eric? Is there any advice that you might utter to us in case we do cross paths with this seemingly intelligent undead once again?
If you lack the means to bind those you lay low, it would behoove you to cleanse them with fire. Then, at the very least, they will no longer stalk the night. And if you cannot imagine that, if you draw and quarter them and separate all of their parts, it will make it easier when they come crawling out for you. A single hand is an easier opponent than a full-bodied man.
I feel like we might be able to find some way to make a bonfire.
Now, that would be a helpful skill.
Yeah, it'd be helpful if someone knew how to help.
That
with
would be great. I guess we'll have to look into that.
Yeah, we'll have to ask somebody if they're feeling very generous that day, right?
If only we had the makings of a bonfire on us at all times. That would be swell.
Hmm.
Well, enough about talks of bonfires. May I assist you in anything else?
Well, I don't know if there's anything else. There was one other matter I did want to touch base on, but gentlemen, is there anything else you wanted to ask Glovia before we left?
No questions. Just thank you for showing us your work and letting us observe. I know it's not always easy having somebody looking over your shoulder while you're trying to do something as grim as what's happening here, but well, it's an important thing that you're doing for this community, and thanks for letting us be privy to it.
I hope you enjoyed the illustrations within my work. It took me quite some time to write all of that down. But should you require more knowledge of the healing ways, or perhaps come upon any pertinent information, you will know where to find me, at least for the time being. For now, Serena, let us prepare to alert the families that their members are prepared for burial. Remember, stiff upper lip. It does not become us to cry alongside them. Save your tears. And Serena nods sullenly as she goes and collects kind of the last bits and affairs from each one of the corpses that you saw, kind of set aside, rings or necklaces. One even has like a gold tooth that was pulled before, and puts each one kind of neatly with their name and everything. Prepares to alert the families that they're ready for burial and to receive their last artifacts.
Before I head out, I did just want to real quick mention. Sorry to bring up grim matters, but Glovia, I assume you've heard about Alina and Laszlo, correct?
I have heard tales, but why don't you spell it out more clearly? Do you not what became of my friend and her husband?
Well, our group here, when we first arrived, we were hired to go out into the woods just before the last blizzard hit to try and find what happened and their whereabouts and bring them back if we could. Uh, well, fortunately, and he's watching very carefully at her reactions as he goes over. Laszlo, we confirmed, did not make it for sure. We found what was left of him. Not a good case. Looked like a bear or something had gone to him. We could not find much of Alina. Unfortunately, the trail went cold, but seemed like they had a falling out or something. Hard to tell, but well, I can't imagine anyone really made it out in that snow. We had to turn back, and I damn nearly died on the way there. So what became of it, I don't know. But I want to send my apologies and condolences. I understand that you were close with them.
She lets out a deep exhale. I knew something was wrong. Elena was not one for gift giving, much less a woven pup at my door. That fool Gregory couldn't even keep it within the house. I will mourn for my friend and her husband. She was a strong woman. She had her own fights. But it is the nature of things. Hunters will eventually become hunted. And so on and so forth.
Huh. And so that pup was theirs? That Gregory has?
Before Alina went on her last trek, she left me a note. Yeah, a pup. Has to take care of it. She was leaving it for me, but I have no use of pups or their problems. So I was hoping that Gregory would take care of it. Would not behoove to have some mewling creature follow me on my travels. I have not the patience nor the hand to teach animals. I deal with people. I thought it strange, but Alina has always had her peculiarities. You say you found no trace of her, huh?
Well, I mean, we found prints that we followed out, and it went towards quite a ways. Led towards the Valduvas, from what I understand, but couldn't find any trace of her. And again, around that time is when the storm came in pretty hard. We hunkered down for the night, but it was clear we weren't gonna get any further out there in the woods, so we got back as fast as we could, but again, I damn near didn't make it.
Uh,
All of us really struggled.
All the roll me deception.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that is a 21.
Nice.
She turns from you. Well, then I have some preparations to make. To honor my friend, God and Lost. Forgive me, but I need a moment. Serenina, when I return, we'll let the families. Apologies. And you see her turn and walk on towards the back, get away from everyone. Silence follows her. And Serena kind of looks sadly as she walks by, but makes no move to go after her. And I, I think you all should probably go now.
Yeah, probably stayed past my welcome with that last one. Figured she should know. Thank you again, little lady, for all of your help today.
Uh, Thank you for coming. It's it's nice to have other people watch. A lot of the times it's just me and Lady Fansu, and she's very smart. But smart does not always mean kind.
Does she treat you well out here?
Very well. She makes sure I have clothes, and she teaches me lots. Makes sure that my family always knows where I'm at. But our work is hard. And she is... She doesn't always understand how other people feel. I think... I think she still misses her daughter a lot.
Hmm. Well, I could certainly imagine that being another tough loss to probably have to deal with. Well, you do exactly what you've been doing, little Missy. I think you are doing a great job out here learning and picking up the tools of the trade, so to speak, you know. And we'll deal with the Eric types out here. You keep patching people back up, okay?
Okay. I have a very good teacher. I Make sure to learn that.
That's good. That's good. You do a good job with that now, okay? And if you see anything strange, anything with that Eric guy, or something related, you let us know, okay? We've been paid to try and help out and make sure that the town's safe and everything. So, anything you know, okay? We'd be happy to help out there too.
Okay, you got it. And she smiles up at you. You know, dirty blonde hair, prim and proper, but just the little bit of mischievousness older that you can't help but remind you of some of the youth back in Flan. As you all begin exiting, you see a middle aged woman, basket in hand, plain clothes, dirty blonde hair that's starting to kind of just barely gray in some places, maybe a strand or two that just needs a simple pluck. Um, Kind of a classic picnic basket as she goes, Serena! Serena, I brought you lunch! Come greet your mother! You hear, Mom! As you see Serena and her mother come on in. I have so much to show you. We had 4 bodies today that we just prepared for burial, and we had the grand old again. Oh, Serena, Serena, food first. You have so much to tell me. I've also brought some for Lady Falicino. Oh, you might want to give her some time. As she pulls her into the hospice and greets her mother, and they have lunch. It's probably at this time, after watching all the preparations, about mid-afternoon. The graying sun casting kind of red and purple across the sky. Dark brewing. The clouds have gathered stronger and stronger. You look up towards the north, and you can see the mists have now obscured Castle Ravenloft. Only the tallest of its peaks, of its towers, peek out through. What would you all like to go to next?
Well, boys, I got a good look at Galovia's handwriting.
And is her and G related, would you say?
It's not a perfect match. I don't want to come off and say that it's a one for one, but having done a bit of journaling and illustration myself, I know typically the things that you commit to something that's going to be bound and put on a shelf is typically um, done with a little more care than something scrawled out fast. That said, there was some peculiarities in the handwriting that did seem to match up. Certainly, much more better than Gregory's handwriting. And from what we know of Lovia's station as a noble, I mean, honestly, I'm surprised Gregory's even literate. And the fact that, well, her handwriting is just about a match to that, I think we're beyond a reasonable doubt that her hand is the one that created that note.
Hmm. So I wonder when he received that. If it was before or after we found him, then.
When he received the note, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I don't know how many more days he was in town before we got back, or I should say, got here in the first place. It seemed that Alina and Laszlo had been missing from Gregory's report since, well, long enough for us to be out there looking for him. So Gosh, he must have returned during the snowstorm. That's really the only time because we saw his dead body. So
And there's certainly no saying that she found him in town either. If going off of Alina has anything to gauge, moon cycle was going on recently, right? That means that our G here likely wasn't just hanging around any town or house. It was certainly out of prying eyes. Makes me wonder if she knew where we were. Well, that's the question. It's a bit of a tough case to crack there.
well, yeah, and honestly, she does know now that we were on the hunt for Laszlo and Alina. Whatever we do, I think we should move quick. Last thing we need is a noble uh, suspicious of us. Doesn't mean we need to act out of turn here, but I think we still got some daylight to do some more digging. Sounds like the Burgermaster's an affair best left for the secrecy of shadows, but I think one question mark that's going to be easy to knock off the list is, I guess, going and checking to see if Eric is still holed up in that place. I find that hard to believe, but perhaps there's some sort of tracks or other information that we can glean from the scene and see what his next moves are. I feel like as soon as we go to Glovia's estate and perhaps start poking our nose into things that we shouldn't have, well, things can accelerate pretty quickly from there.
Are you saying we go to Glovia's estate while she's meeting with her friend?
I mean, that's a good question, right? We don't really know when and if we should go. We've heard a lot of things about the estate insofar as it being a lonely place, but I highly doubt that a noble of her stature in a place like this is you know making her own bed and cooking her own meals. There's got to be some sort of staff there, uh, though who knows what state they're in. I guess the way that I see it, Alder, is that there are three locations that we should be looking at. We got the Burger Master's place, which sounds like our best chance of seeing what's what is going to be waiting until this evening, even though he'll be coming back. We've got Glovia's estate, which comes with its own perils, and then we have the outpost just to double check and see if there's any information gleaned from there. I'm predisposed to check that out first because that seems to be the easiest, but happy to hear what you folks have to say.
I would agree that the outpost seems like a best first move. The other two places, like you said, probably have either some kind of staff or there's definitely some way for us to find ourselves in a situation we can't get ourselves out of. Whereas the going to see if Eric's still around, I feel like that is there's a lot less ways for us to irrevocably fuck that up.
I could certainly see the logic in that. Plus, if we were even fortunate enough to find Eric, might be good to have a conversation with him without anybody else prying on that too. Supposing he's willing to talk, of course, but
Well, I think I have something that he might want, and he'll fish out what he's guessing to be Alina's wedding ring. If he has his mind about him, I'm sure he's hoping to have this back in his possession. If we do try and talk to a fellow like this, you know, perhaps that can be a bargaining chips of sorts.
all right
Though
then.
whatever we do, I think we got to be careful we saw that what a deathly touch through Eric did to the seal, and I know that we're made of tougher stuff than nephew of the barkeep, but I think that is something for us to keep in mind. Alder, you always do a good job of staying behind the line, but I think that it's going to be especially important for whatever altercation may arise out of us meeting Eric once again.
I know how to burn things from a distance. I understand. I also know better than to burn down the building that we're standing in too, so if you're worried about that.
Well, then let's go check out the outpost.
You all head towards the outpost, heading southeast, passing by the Eyes of Midnight. Um, you hear Celios kind of chirp happily as you walk by it. He kind of flies over, lands on the signpost, picks off a little bit of grime that's on the eyes of the raven before flittering back. Happy to keep his own kind of visage clean on there before he flies back and lands back on top of your noggin, Jove. Um, Please? Vote.
Joe will reach into the little treat sack and give him a couple of kibble.
And he eats it down and... Thanks! Pleased
Now,
once again
Rosilio,
to settle back down, listening to your words.
if things ever get dangerous again, like the first time we met, you don't need to be no hero, okay? You just go ahead and get yourself to a safe distance and find me once again. Couldn't bear anything happening to such a fine bird as yourself. And he'll kind of scratch him on the back of the head.
Go. Go. Ah! As he receives and nods and flies over to a tree. Hide! Hide! And you see him kind of disappear into a tree and then flies right on back. And you feel supremely confident that when the fighting comes, that Iselios will take himself out of the way. As you head towards, kind of as you're turning, passing the Eyes of Midnight, as this interaction's going down, you do see off in the distance, with all your guys' passive perception, the burgomaster's residence, kind of towards the center. You can see a fire is being built in front of it. A number of, disheveled, lightly armored thugs, for all intensive purposes, begin to kind of crowd around it. You can see there's probably 2 or 3 of them at kind of the front of the burgomaster's residence, matching very much what Filar had told you earlier in the day. You head back to the Valduvo trading post. You can see the road and the marks in front of it show the signs of all those people marching towards it. In some places, you can still see the darkened blood mixed in with the bits of snow that haven't been recovered. The door is still shut. The place seems dark and empty, and not a soul has ventured anywhere near it. The only different signs there, as you can see, vaguely, due to the blood of the viscera still remaining, the outlines of the few villagers that fell during last night's attack. Bit of blood and drag marks showing them being pulled and back towards the direction of the hospice.
Well, shall we?
No time like the present.
Let's do it.
You all walk up to the front door of the Valduva trading post. Listening in, it appears as dark and quiet as the first time you stopped by here. The door is shut, but more like a strong undead figure slammed it shut rather than gently closing. You can see part of the hinges are broken off. It almost leans forward now rather than closing neatly.
I'll give it a nice cop knock.
Knock, knock. As it falls backwards, its hinges destroyed by the strength of it being shut the evening before. It opens up, and immediately you all see that against kind of the back wall directly behind, the wood has been broken, as if something with great strength had pushed its way out through the back of this building. Could I have everybody roll me a perception check?
16.
18.
15.
Looking through, all of you here see very much the same sight that you did before. The now abandoned Valduva trading posts, bits and scraps of, old trappings. You all notice the broken out back wall. But Virgil, you're the one that spots it first. Snagged in this kind of broken wood. Would have been hard to see in the darkness, but there's just enough light left. You see a wolfskin cap snagged to one of these wooden barks.
Tracking boy, do you want to take a shot at seeing if there's anything for us to get here?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good next step here.
Jove, you pick up the wolfskin cat. It's thick, fuzzy, looks incredibly comfortable. The smell, go ahead and roll me a survival or arcana.
We will go survival for a 4.
For a 4, you smell the cap, and it doesn't smell like undeath at all. It doesn't smell like Eric. It doesn't have that sense of decay. It has a strange sharpness to it that you're not entirely sure why it has that smell. Going from that, looking at the tracks, you can see that the tracks head off back behind the trading post, curve into the woods, and then dissipate.
Dissipate as in like I can't see them in the distance, or that they like literally stop?
They literally stop. You get a certain way through there, and then, in kind of a large cluster of trees, the treks stop. And try as you might looking around, you don't smell that undeath. You don't see any further tracks. The branches seem undisturbed. You're simply left with a wolfskin hat in your hand. However, I will say, Virgil, with that 18, looking towards this back half of the house, you do see a half-buried satchel And upon examination, you do find a thick glassed vial. It's about the size of a baseball, um, with a dark reddish liquid inside of it.
Uh, hey, Jove, you want to give this a smell and tell me what this is? My guess would be blood, but
Sure, I'll give it a whiff.
You get a whiff of it, Jove, and it smells of strong herbal remedies. It has a almost like cough syrup like smell to it. Go and roll me, and I'll let Virgil or Jove do this. Roll me medicine or nature.
I have a +1 to either of those.
I have a +1 to nature, so I'll just help you on medicine.
Okay.
Go for it.
Nine.
You get a whiff of this. Jove hands it back to you, equally confused, and you pretty sure, Virgil, just with the design of it, the smell, it harkens back a little bit to the hospice. You're pretty sure this is a potion of healing. You're just not sure at the quality of it.
Yeah, it just kind of smells medicinal to me. I don't know if you're able to get anything off of that, Virgil. Definitely not blood or anything like that, but
Mm.
If you would like to add potion of unknown healing strength.
Potion of unknown healing strength.
Indeed.
DM, about how far off from the the backside of this cabin did we go before the tracks dissipated? Was it very long?
Not particularly. Um, I'd say probably only about 50 feet or so. The Valduva's trading post is kind of on the outskirts of the village, surrounded on most sides by forest. So the tracks enter in before, as described, almost dissipating, just stopping. Go ahead and roll me insight, Jove.
It's a 19.
You know that Laszlo certainly possesses powers, and if he, or Eric, I should say, now that you think that, pretty sure that he's Laszlo, that if somebody were to come back as a trained hunter who now knows that the jig is up and very much does not want to be found, heading into the woods that you're most familiar with would be a strong move. You get the strong sensation that these tracks were made here purposely.
Well, I got to say, the last time that we followed these tracks out into the forest, they were doubling back, and no doubt that Eric Laszlo, whatever you want to call him, was skilled at his trade. And let's just say that I've given the slip a couple of times by making false tracks, and I can't say for certain that that is what is the case before us here right now, but I think there's a strong possibility that wherever Eric is trying to disappear to, He's trying to throw the likes of us off the scent.
So basically, we follow this, and it's certainly going to a trap. Or getting us lost in the middle of nowhere again.
Frankly, yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, there's not much else to follow here. I mean, they just kind of leave. I don't know if he's doubled back and gone back into the forest on another route, but if I'm not mistaken here, I just think that Laszlo is throwing out some false leads for us. Hell, he could have even planted this old hat of his. I mean, that is kind of one of the defining features of his persona as Eric, and I don't think he necessarily had a need to leave with any urgency last night, considering we're the ones who, frankly, were hightailing it out of this place. So not sure that affects our decision making, but that's just what I'm seeing from the ground beneath my feet.
Well, I guess we got a couple of options. One, we could try to piece together and recollect on where exactly his cabin was if we tried to go there. Don't know if that's the best. I know we kind of just stumbled into it over 2 days, apparently. But that is an option. My other guess, though, is that, well, if I'm Laszlo and I'm brought back from the dead and I've got one thing on my mind, and probably not giving it up, even though the jig may be up, I'm gonna guess, personally, that there's one place he hasn't gone to yet where he still might show up if he were to pop up again. And that is going to be the Burgomaster's. Likely at night when no one's looking around, right?
I think you're onto something there, Alder. Undoubtedly, Laszlo was going for the lower hanging fruit. Visited our friend at the bauble shop, but since that didn't yield what he was looking for, that just means that there's one place left. I suppose that is the Burgomaster, and I'm sure he knows his time is limited. Can't be just traipsing around through town anymore, so I think you're onto something there. His job is not done. I don't see him just disappearing into the forest. He seems to be animated by some sort of longing or revenge or lost love, whatever Lovia, frankly, has promised him. He seems keen on cashing in on that promise. So whether we call it a stakeout or something else, I think he's got really two options left, and that's either stealing what he needs from the Burgomaster or just exacting revenge on Glovia. But I don't really see why he would be doing that.
Hmm. My question then is, well, if assuming, right, he's going to the Burgomaster's, which I think is likely, my question is, do we want him to take off with things or not? I mean, from what we understand, people outside watching can be persuaded. Do we want to persuade them to let us in or persuade them to look the other way? Now, normally I'd say that's a great thing to do, but that could benefit our friend here if he did want to come and take whatever that is in that box. Assuming it's in there.
Now, I hear what you're saying. Do we let him do is a hit and then get them on the way out, or try and stop them in the first place?
Depends, I guess, on who we do and don't want to make allies, right?
Well, yeah, that is tough.
Gotta assume right now, too, whatever he's doing is on the side of Glovia. May not be a great relationship, but clearly he's doing it to get something out of that contract. If we want to be in good with them, we could let Laszlo get the slip inside and tail him. Or there's the option of the Burgomaster. Rightfully sounds like he kind of sucks and ain't the biggest fan of everybody around here, but he is in big with Strahd.
You do speak truth, and saving a burgomaster's life and exposing a undead practitioner, a noble nonetheless, could do well to ingratiate us uh, with the halls of power here in Orsnew.
And
Which
Orznu
could
certainly ain't a fan of Laszlo. Just put it clearly. Or Eric.
uh, exactly.
If we do let him get the slip and we turn up with an Eric that we found, though, I think it still works out either way. Uh, from what angle to play? What do you think, Virgil? What do you think would be the smarter one to have on our side? Or do you think no one?
Uh, well, I don't think we can trust anyone.
Oh, I rightly agree with that.
So whoever we do end up, quote unquote, getting on our side, I think we need to pick the one who gives us the most immediate benefit, because I think benefits are short lasting.
Well, whatever we do, we just got to make sure we're not incriminating ourselves. Could seem a little suspicious if we just so happen to be hanging out outside the burgomaster's house and catching this Eric red-handed. But I don't know. A part of me also is thinking is if this burgomaster is supposed to be coming back home tonight with a Vistani, why would Eric wait so long? Why not hit Burgomaster's place while he was away? And unless he already did that last night after causing a ruckus.
It's possible. Or again, my other guess, he's under orders from a certain G who's going to be having a meeting there very soon. Just a possibility. But I agree. It also seems odd to me that he wouldn't just try to go there. I mean, clearly he's stronger than anyone else around here, right?
Certainly seems like it, and has some sort of power over life and death. So
Think it might have to do with this favor of Strahd bit. Everyone seems pretty spooked about whether whether they have that or not on them. I mean, certainly nobody wants the Burgomaster in charge around here, but it's Strahd. It's the fact that he's chosen by Strahd that it seems that these people are even letting him get to do this. Now, I don't know how much that stretches into the undead Karen, but something to consider. Definitely has stood out to me. Which may just say that the Burgomaster, to your point, Virgil, might have the most benefits for us to gain from it now. Now,
Sir.
how much is the town gonna like us? I don't know, to be honest.
I'm I'm gonna remind us again. Our goal isn't to have this town like us. Our goal is to get out of this town.
That's true. Powerful people probably gonna be the ones who know someplace where or something we could do about that.
And I'm sure whatever Glovia is looking for, probably is going to empower her over a sense. And as much as we all hate getting taxed, Burgomaster has no benefit from people getting killed and gone missing. That's just a loss of revenue from his point of view. So, is he a good guy? Likely not. But as far as the pieces we see on the board so far, I doubt that he is actively trying to inflict harm in ways that, well, who knows what Glovia's got in store. She seems to be sharp and has her own power base to pull upon. So I think we're running up against the limits of our knowledge.
True. We don't even know exactly what's in this box. Heard rumor about it, but I mean, and he kind of shrugs. Who could say exactly why everybody wants it as much as they do?
Well, we crossed one of the three places that we were going to look at off the list, which leaves us with the Burgomaster's place and Glovia's estate. I eh, still think it might be dangerous to just go up and knock on doors at a noble estate without knowing something, but perhaps if we're able to do some sort of stakeout at the Burgomaster's, see what's going on, we're there in case we need to spring into action, or at the very least, we can follow Eric's undead ass, likely back to Glovia's estate. Where else would she be? Would she be hanging out for such a thing? And perhaps, quite literally, kill two birds with one stone.
I think that is a rather sound line of logic right there.
Yeah,
And if we need to, could always pay the gods to look the other way if we're, you know, keeping watch on things, right? They didn't see any eyes, and we didn't either.
yeah. I think Burgomaster's the place to be because we're on a clock.
I agree.
He's
Things
certainly
are
not
gonna
going to
move
wait for
tonight.
us.
Well then, I guess we're waiting till night time for a camp out, friends.
Oh, I do love a stakeout.
That
Steak.
is offensive.
No, it's with an A, A-K-E.
Well, that's offensive to
I'm gonna
to
give you a
anybody.
+1. That's the only time I want to hear that joke.
You're not a fucking vampire. What are you talking?
Strahd suddenly says across the cabin, "That's offensive."
Now that is offensive. So, what's the plan, players? What are you doing next?
So we're definitely going to the Burgomaster's estate, and
Gotcha.
then I think the plan is for us to do a stakeout and potentially try and bribe the guards uh to just kind of look the other way from us as we're doing so.
Okie dokie. Well, then let's have
Yeah.
the party start moving back towards the Burgomaster's residence. If we're all in agreement.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
You all begin
Yeah.
heading back into town. It's starting to turn into evening, the last gasp of the day, briefly shining light over the ridge cliffs overlooking Orsnu. You can see the Burgomaster residence. Two guards standing by what seems like a small bonfire towards the front of the residence. As you get closer, you can see the flickering lights of another bonfire behind the estate, illuminating kind of this area. None of the lamps have been lit for the evening. As you approach, however, you hear the loud clang of a handbell. An individual, he's stout, kind of portly, he's got a blue coat and pale trousers, and he's flanked by a lanky teenage boy who's kind of staring out into space. They both stand on a small platform at the center of town, and as the handbell begins to clank, immediately people stop what they're doing, and a surprisingly large crowd quickly gathers. What would you all like to do?
Probably check on the crowd.
Yeah, it's like a town crier situation.
It appears to be so.
Joe would want to hear it for sure.
Yeah.
One
I'm
of us
nosy.
should stay back and make sure that we're not missing anything here either.
Good idea. I'll keep watch if you guys want.
That could work.
Gotcha. Alder, you go closer still towards the Burgomaster's residence, staying away from kind of the crowd, keeping your eyes peeled for anything out of place or trying to sneak up on you. Jove and Virgil, you join the crowd, and as soon as what appears the bulk of the village is gathered, the man cries out, "Oys, oys, oys! The following is a decree from the most distinguished and generous Burgomaster Randovich, to which we are all indebted in one form or another. The Burgomaster shall return in a day, and wants to make known the following persons are to report to his residence as soon as possible." And he reaches out, and the teenage boy kind of looks out absentmindedly. The crier holds out his hand more sternly, and he still peers before smacks the kid in the back of the head and, yeah, and hands him over a parchment. He unrolls it. "The persons of Alder Chiskin, Virgil Van Dyke, and Joe Featherfoot are to report to the Burgomaster as soon as he returns home. The persons are not suspected of being charlatans, burglars, vagabonds, or instigators. You are to draw no conclusions." And as he says this, you all, especially Jove and Virgil, you feel the whole town begin to stare at you.
How are we to know when he comes home?
Did I not just say tomorrow when he returns? Also, let it be known that Oleg, it is your turn to turn the village lamps on tonight. And you hear from the crowd just one disembodied, That is all. And you see the town crier packs up his things, gives another smack to the teenage boy as he picks up the rest of kind of his luggage, and begins to head over towards the Seven Tables Inn. The rest of the crowd begins to kind of disperse, many of them looking an eye over at you all. That same kind of tight feeling returns once again. And as soon as it all gathered, it is then dispersed, leaving Jove and Virgil by the kind of stand where the crier was at, with Alder, you being kind of off a distance. Alder, give me a perception check as the people begin clearing out.
Can do. That's a nat 20.
Nat 20. The coast is clear. You don't see anybody lurking in the shadows. Most head off to their various homes or to the Seven Tables Inns. I see a small crowd following the crier. If anything, you notice that the streets are exceptionally empty now, and the only people milling about seem to be the thugs over by the burgomaster's residence.
Interesting. Yeah, Alder would just kind of keep watch then and keep an eye on the burgomaster ones thugs as he kind of waits for the coast to be clear and to meet up with his party.
It doesn't take long before the streets are emptied, leaving just Job and Virgil by the stands. You're free to join them at your leisure.
He goes ahead and approaches and says, "Well, coast is clear. I'd say oddly a little too clear in some ways. What was the commotion all about?"
We're being commanded to, funny enough, go to the burgomaster's estate tomorrow when he arrives. However, we're supposed to know what that is. But that either means that he's not home now, or he is home and he's trying to make it seem like he's not home.
Yeah, I'm sure anybody with any sort of petty sense of authority would quietly come back into town. I'm just guessing here, but usually those types like to flaunt it.
Fair enough.
For what it's worth, Crier said specifically that we were not wanted for any sort of skullduggery or any such thing, but
Good word choice.
I don't know about you, Virgil, but the stares that we got afterwards didn't feel exactly warm.
Well, his words seemed a little more nuanced than that. I think it was more to avoid any commotion of people being convinced that we were in trouble. I don't think we can necessarily write that off yet. They might just be wanting to avoid another mob situation, seeing as how last time it almost got half the town killed.
Could very well be. Or perhaps they know something about folks getting called to the burgomaster's place, and maybe it's not typically a good sign, even if they do insist that there's no wrongdoing involved. Little unsettling that they knew our names, but yeah, that's just how things go in a small town. That all said, we can infer that the burgomaster's not going to be here tonight unless he came in clandestine like, and I don't know if that's going to be the case. I still think there is a chance that Laszlo makes his move tonight then, if he's truly going to be have the opportunity to hit a place like the Burgomaster's when the guards might be a little more relaxed than if their charge was at home. So I'm not sure how much this changes our plans that we already set forth.
I agree. If the burgomaster is gone, well, that's a great time to go take a look around the estate, I'd say. And if he is actually there, I say we pay the guards a little extra to have our meeting right now. I'm sure that's not intruding, right?
Well, I mean, we are outsiders after all.
We were simply asked to report, and we're early.
Exactly. They have to excuse our bad manners as such.
Like Black Friday shoppers, we just post up outside 24 hours before.
Yes.
Yes, we're gonna stomp over ourselves, and
Oh, I can't wait to have this meeting with the burgomaster.
Ooh, boy.
So I guess we're heading over then, right?
E.
Let's do it.
You all head down the street. If we look at our map, it is a pretty short jaunt on over to the burgomaster's residence, not far from the city square, or the village square. You see the burgomaster's residence. It is, by comparison to the rest of the buildings, quite nice. It's stout and sturdy, crafted from mostly brick and some petrified timbers. The low shingled roof hangs over the front door, creating a small area of cover from kind of the elements, where you see two armed men standing guard. How would you like to approach?
Alder, I think you're better at the whole greasing of palms. I'd be happy to lend you a few ravens if you needed.
I'll take that. And, well, if you boys don't mind, wouldn't be bad having two people with a bit of muscle close by, you know? Just, you guys just do your thing, but, you know, look a little extra intimidating, you know?
Oh, way ahead of you. Jove's going to start kind of posing down a little bit just to get a good pump going.
Gets his JoJo pose in place.
And he will donate 5 gold ravens to the cause. And give that over to Alder.
Much obliged. All right.
I
That
can give you
concludes-
5 too.
Much obliged. Good gambling chips. So I'll put down 10 in my possession. 10 more in my possession. And I will head on over to the guards at the front gate.
Indeed. Jove and Virgil, are you trying to put on your intimidating looks as Alder walks up?
I attempt to put on a more intimidating look.
Indeed. You
Right.
Yeah.
go ahead and Jove and Virgil, both of you guys roll for intimidation.
Oh, hell yeah.
9.
11.
You guys post up, letting your muscles, do the talking for you. The strong silent type behind Alder. Alder, you approach the two armed men standing guard. They look up to you, look towards your companions behind you, posted up. And as you begin to speak with them, we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session right there.
Ah.
Ooh.
Well, you guys are such fun players. Let us say goodnight to chat.
Night chat.
Nighty night, chat.
Good night, chat. Thank you so much for being here. We should be back at it again next Sunday at our typical time.
Did we want to put it back an hour for what you and I are doing on Sunday?
Oh, yeah, totally. Let's start at 5:30. Me and Mikey are going to go get our toes done with Gunner for his birthday.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Nice.
Yeah, I haven't done anything with my feet, so I'm just like, I'm going to give you a lot to work with. So, we'll be at it at 5:30 to give me and Mikey some time to enjoy the birthday festivities with the young
Yes, that way I'm
Gundar.
not on a super tight schedule to get home since I live like an hour away from where that's gonna be.
Yeah, and I'll want time to set up everything for DMing as I do. So, next week, 5:30 start time instead of 4:30, as we head towards the Burgomaster residence and find what new dangers lie, with our party now being officially called in an eminence meeting on the precipice. But until then, much love, peace in the Middle East. We'll see you next week, chat. Bye.